The House will please come to order. Sergeant at Arms.
The House is now in session.
The members will please rise and be led in prayer by Rabbi Hannah Leslie Glazer, Congregation Adat Re'im, Springfield. And please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Speaker Filler-Corn, for this invitation and this opportunity to address your legislative session today on the eve of the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, which begins tonight and runs through the end of next week. I want to start by wishing a Chag Sameach, a happy holiday, to all of those present who will be celebrating. The Jewish wisdom text Pirkei Avot states, "The world is sustained by three things: law, truth, and peace." And this statement, in turn, was derived from a line of wisdom from the Hebrew Bible, which says, "Truth and a judgment of peace should be administered at your city gates." May you be guided by the pursuit of truth and judgments of peace in your deliberations today. May this yield good results, meaning that they should be a blessing to our state, to all of its inhabitants. And may this also be a blessing to each of you and your families and your communities and all of our communities. Ken Yehi Ratzon, may it be so. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Play ball.
The members will please answer the roll call by indicating their presence on the electronic voting device. Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby is present.
Delegate Bagby is present. Delegate Cole J.G.
Delegate Cole is present.
Delegate Cole is present. Delegate Coiner
Present.
is present. Delegate Davis.
Present.
Delegate Davis is present. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds is present.
Delegate Edmonds is present. Delegate Ferris.
Present.
Delegate Ferris, are you present?
Yes, ma'am.
Delegate Ferris.
Yes, ma'am. Delegate Ferris.
Delegate Ferris is present. Delegate Hodges.
Delegate Hodges is present.
Delegate Hodges is present. Delegate Hudson.
Present.
Delegate Hudson is present. Delegate Runyon.
Present.
Delegate Runyon is present.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Madam Speaker, a quorum is present.
Pursuant to House Rule 3, I have examined and approved the Journal for the House of Delegates for Tuesday, September 29, 2020. Motions and resolutions under Rule 39 pursuant to the provisions of Rule 40 are now in order. The clerk will please announce the first morning hour order of business, including any clerk's announcements or communications.
First morning hour order of business, a few announcements. If you are participating on your phone, please use *6 to mute and *6 to unmute. Please mute your mics for everyone. Please mute your mics unless you are speaking. Please turn on your cameras so we can see you. And the call-in number for technology help is 804-698-1560. And pursuant to House Rule 40, the Speaker requests members to use their request to speak buttons for first morning hour items.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Hilmer.
Madam Speaker, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Delegate Helmer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The opening convocation this afternoon was delivered by Rabbi Hannah Leslie Glazer. Rabbi Hannah Glazer is a pluralistic Jewish spiritual leader and educator of all ages. She came to Congregation Adat Raim only 3 months ago in July 2020 from Bucknell University in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, where she served as the Rabbi, Hillel advisor, and director of Jewish life on campus. Rabbi Glazer is still getting her feet planted in Virginia, and much of her early time with us has been dedicated to preparing for our September high holidays, an especially challenging task since COVID safety precautions required that the entirety of our prayers and practices this year be moved online for the first time in the congregation's history. Along these lines, a major focus of her first year is going to be getting to know the congregation under unique circumstances and tackling how to help the congregation meet the challenges and expanded pastoral and spiritual needs that have emerged during this pandemic. Last but not least, Rabbi Glazer is very dedicated to building pluralistic, diverse, and inclusive faith community. A community that welcomes all and includes all, regardless of religious identity or practice, but also race, class, gender or sex identity or sexual orientation, disability, or other life reality that can leave people feeling neglected or excluded from faith groups. She has also been recognized by multiple communities for her strong advocacy and education around these issues. She is grateful to bring her vision and experience to build and support our growing community here in Northern Virginia and among Congregation Adat Raim. I'm glad that she is here with us today, and I ask that the House give her a warm house.
Thank you so much, Delegate Helmer, and welcome, Rabbi Glazer. What an honor and a privilege for me. I know also for my colleague, Delegate Helmer, as we are both congregants. I just wanted to add that you have been nothing short of a blessing coming to us at these challenging times. You have been inspiring. You have led with grace and helping so many of our congregants as well as our community at large at such a difficult, challenging time. And I thank you for your commitment already to our community in just these 3 short months, and look forward to continuing to work with you and our community. And thank you for sharing and inspiring us today, and I appreciate your friendship. The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for the purpose of a motion.
Delegate O'Quinn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to call up House Resolution number 617 out of order and speak to that resolution at the appropriate time.
Delegate O'Quinn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry. Actually, Delegate O'Quinn, will the clerk please report the resolution?
Thank you.
House Resolution number 617, celebrating the light of Charles C. Woods.
Delegate O'Quinn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Charles Woods passed away on September 23rd in the line of duty, and he faithfully served the Adwolf, Virginia community as a volunteer firefighter for 34 years, was well loved and well known by all who knew him, and he never hesitated to step up and help those around him. He was always one of the very first ones to the scene of any incident. Serving as a volunteer firefighter is certainly not easy, and I can tell you that the alert never goes off at a convenient time. Charles will certainly leave a large hole in the heart of the Adwolf community, as well as in the hearts of his wife of 35 years, Missy, and his 2 children, Zach and Jimmy. So on behalf of Delegate Jeff Campbell and all of Smith County, I would like to move passage of House Resolution number 617, celebrating the life of Charles Woods.
Thank you, Delegate O'Quinn. All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 617, celebrating the life of Charles C. Woods, shall please rise. The resolution is adopted. The clerk shall please call the next order of business.
Second morning hour order of business. Oh, excuse me. Second morning hour order of business is not applicable today.
The clerk will please announce the next order of business.
Third morning hour order of business. The next order of business is the announcement of requests by members for legislation to go by for the day. And there are no such motions.
The clerk will please announce the next order of business.
Fourth morning hour order of business. The next order of business is recognition of member requests for points of personal privilege. The speaker requests that members use their request to speak buttons to be recognized.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Krizek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Delegate Krizek, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to thank the staff of the House IT staff. They've worked diligently through the unique challenge performing Virginia's first ever virtual legislative session with very few hiccups. In fact, I think I speak for the entire General Assembly, entire House of Delegates, when I say that. When my dad, who's an old Air Force veteran, he used to say, proper preparation prevents poor performance. Well, he actually had another word in there, but that's the PG version. And our IT staff has been prepared from day one when they handed us these iPads and loaded with software that they programmed to allow us to vote remotely, and even included a request to speak button. Really, when you think about it, it's quite a remarkable achievement and reminds us of that special American ingenuity that so many of us possess. Except for perhaps me, I'm a little bit IT challenged, and I'm glad that there are some superior brains in the back of the chamber who I can call on for assistance. Indeed, the information technology professionals in the House Clerk's office have built and operated a successful system that allows for safe remote participation by legislators and the public in committee meetings and these floor sessions. During each meeting, the IT staff manages the live streaming services and the remote voting system, as well as assisting us with staying connected and troubleshooting in real time. Thanks to their efforts, we as legislators and members of the public have been able to fully participate in the legislative process, even from a distance during this COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout this crisis, the House IT staff has gone above and beyond to ensure a safe and transparent legislative process for Virginians. On behalf of the entire House of Delegates, again, I want to thank the House Clerk's staff members for the wonderful job they're doing. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Krizek. And I'd just like to add that you're correct. It's been nothing short of remarkable, the commitment, the dedication that the clerk's office, the IT team, their dedication is just incredible. These have been challenging times, and I don't know if everybody knows the hours that they put into ensuring that we can conduct our business, that we can operate and work and fulfill our responsibilities while also keeping everybody safe. And I just would like, on behalf of the entire General Assembly, to commend them, tell them they are really models across the country. And for those of you that don't know and that aren't involved in some of the national organizations, they really are the go-to people because they have the experience and the level of competence. So we just like to honor them today and every day and thank them for their hard work and diligence and tell them they are appreciated. And that was the purpose behind our resolution as well. But on behalf of everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you. Does any member have any further announcements or communications, introductions, motions pursuant to Rule 39? Madam Clerk.
I have one announcement, which is to say there will be a supplemental calendar today, and it is available on iHod.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for a motion.
Delegate Herring, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 1:15.
Delegate Herring moves that the House stand in recess until 1:15. All those in favor shall say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
No. No.
The House stands in recess till 1:15. The House will come to order. The House will be at ease. The House will please come to order. Madam Clerk. Please call the calendar.
House calendar for October 2nd. Senate bills on third reading, regular calendar, page 1. Senate Bill 5036, a bill to amend and reenact sections 4.1206 and 4.1206.3 of the Code of Virginia relating to alcoholic beverage control, local special events license, limitations on events during public health emergency, reported from general laws with amendment.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQuinn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I request that Senate Bill 5036 will go by for the day.
All those in favor of Delegate McQuinn's motion that SB 5036 goes by for the day shall say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye. No.
SB 5036 will go by for the day.
Page 2 of the calendar, Senate Bill 5106, a bill to amend the Code of Virginia by adding a section numbered 15.22209.1:1 relating to local land use approvals, extension of approvals to address the COVID-19 pandemic, reported from general laws with amendment.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQuinn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I request that SB 5106 will go by for the day.
All those in favor of Delegate McQuinn's motion to go by for the day on 5106 shall say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
The SB 5106 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 5007, a bill to amend and reenact sections 19.257 and other sections of the Code of Virginia relating to criminal cases, sentencing reform, reported from courts of justice with substitute and reported from appropriations with amendment.
The delegate from Alexandria, Leader Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members of the House, this bill, again, is the jury sentencing bill. Just to remind everybody that it provides in a criminal case that the court shall ascertain the extent of punishment unless the accused has requested that a jury ascertain the punishment or was found guilty of capital murder. And the bill also provides that if a jury cannot agree on the punishment, the court shall fix the punishment. Madam Speaker, I would ask that we move the House court substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The committee substitute is agreed to. Delegate
Thank you,
Herring.
Madam Speaker. And for the members, the committee substitute provides that the attorney for the Commonwealth may not demand a jury when an order declaring a judicial emergency has suspended criminal jury trials. We removed that language of that prohibition. And Madam Speaker, next is the appropriation amendment, which adds a reenactment clause. And Madam Speaker, I move the appropriation.
I didn't drive down.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye.
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 All those opposed? The committee amendment is agreed to. Delegate Herring.
Madam Speaker, I move that the bill pass.
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Davis. Delegate Davis, your vote is?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Delegate Davis votes aye. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes no.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Guzman.
Delegate Guzman votes aye.
Delegate Guzman votes aye. Delegate Price.
Aye.
Delegate Price votes aye. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes no.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush.
Delegate Rush votes no.
Delegate Rush votes nay. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 57, nays 42, abstentions 0.
Ayes 57, nays 42, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Page 3 of the calendar, Senate Bill 5014, a bill to amend and reenact sections 9.1102 and 9.1188 of the Code of Virginia relating to minimum training standards for law enforcement officers, crisis intervention team training, reported from public safety with substitute and reported from appropriations.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye.
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 Those opposed? The committee substitute is agreed to. Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the body. The substitute adds to SB 5014 additional training for law enforcement officers regarding the recognition of such things as implicit biases in interacting with persons who have a mental illness, a substance abuse disorder, developmental or cognitive disability, de-escalation techniques, and training in the lawful use of force, including the use of force when necessary to protect a law enforcement officer or another person in the compulsory training standards for basic training and recertification. The additional language is identical to the training bill that we adopted, which was part of my bill in House Bill 5109, which passed this House in 97-1. I move passage of the bill.
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Davis.
Aye.
Delegate Davis votes aye. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes aye.
Delegate Edmonds votes aye. Delegate Guzman has voted. Delegate Lindsay has voted. Delegate Price.
Aye.
Delegate Price votes aye. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes aye.
Delegate Runyon votes aye. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye. Delegate Willett.
Aye.
Delegate Willett votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 96, nays 2, abstentions 0.
Ayes 96, nays 2, abstention 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 5017, a bill to amend and reenact Section 53.11 of the Code of Virginia relating to local correctional facility definition, reported from public safety and reported from appropriations.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members of the body, Senate Bill 5017 provides that for purposes of minimum standards for correctional facilities and enforcement of those standards, the term local correctional facility shall include any facility owned, maintained, or operated by any political subdivision or combination of political subdivisions of the Commonwealth that is used for the detention or incarceration of people pursuant to a contract or third-party contract with the federal government or any agency or contract thereof. I move passage of the bill.
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Brewer. Delegate Davis.
Nay.
Delegate Davis votes nay. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Ferris. Delegate Herring.
Aye.
Delegate Herring votes aye. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 55, nays 42, abstentions 0.
Ayes 55, nays 42, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Page 4, Senate Bill 5018, a bill to amend and reenact Section 53.1, 40.01 of the Code of Virginia relating to conditional release of geriatric or terminally ill prisoners, reported from Courts of Justice with amendment and reported from Appropriations with substitute.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill provides that any person serving a sentence imposed upon a conviction of a felony offense other than a Class 1 who is terminally ill, who is not serving a conviction for first or second degree murder, is eligible for consideration by the parole board for conditional release. Madam Speaker, there was a House Court Amendment, and the House Court's Amendment provides, what we did was remove the change, providing that persons eligible for consideration for conditional release did not need to petition, returning the process to current law. Also, we made clear that the person who is terminally ill and eligible for conditional release will need to petition the parole board. Madam Speaker, I move that we accept the House Court's Amendment.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Miaris.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak to the bill at the appropriate time.
Okay. Would you like to speak after we move the committee amendment? Or did
That's
you
fine,
want
Your Honor.
Madam Speaker?
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Parliamentary inquiry
Yes, Delegate Simon.
is, and I'm sorry, but I thought I heard the clerk say there's an appropriation substitute. Does that mean that we have to reject the court's amendment to adopt the substitute, or are they both in order?
I believe you are correct, Delegate Simon, that the first motion would be motion on the committee, was a vote on the committee amendment from
Right,
approach.
so then
Is that correct?
So, Madam Speaker, I was addressing the Fourth Amendment, but I do understand that I will need to reject it to get to the House appropriation substitute. So I will change my motion, Madam Speaker.
So Delegate Herring, you have the floor. Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, you have the floor. What is your motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we reject the House Court's Amendment.
All those in favor?
Madam Speaker? Parliamentary inquiry, I apologize.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
I think what I heard the Majority Leader ask us to do is to move passage of the court's amendment, but encourages all to vote no on that motion, so that you'll ask if the court's amendment should be agreed to, and we'll all vote no. Is that right? Is that what's happening?
That is correct.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
The committee amendment is not agreed to. The next delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I ask that the body accept the House appropriation substitute. The appropriation substitute adds a number of exceptions to eligibility for conditional release for persons who are terminally ill and serving sentences. What we did is we basically took the exceptions that were in the Don Scott's Earned Time Credit Bill and laid that on top of this bill. So there are certain crimes, most of them are sex crimes, that are excluded to be qualified for compassionate or terminally ill release.
All those in favor of Delegate Herring's motion shall this committee substitute be agreed to, shall say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The committee substitute is agreed to. Delegate Herring.
Madam Speaker, I move that the bill be passed.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Miaris.
Madam Speaker, just permission to speak real quickly to the bill.
Delegate Miaris, you have the floor.
I definitely appreciate Leader Herring's floor amendment, but my deep concerns on this legislation is how often, and there's countless cases of when defendants that have committed pretty heinous crimes are deemed terminal and are given compassionate release, then are not terminal, or they die quickly, quite frankly. I mean, I'm reminded of the Pan Am Flight 103 case involving Abdelbasset al-Megrahi, who was, that was a case where he was convicted of murdering 270 men, women, and children in one of the worst terrorist attacks over Lockerbie, Scotland. He was found guilty in 2001. He was released in 2009 because he had terminal prostate cancer, and he was deemed in their compassionate release program. He was said he had 6 weeks, just weeks to live. He was released in 2009. He did not die until 2012. And I can't get through my head. And obviously, in that case, if people wondering, well, that's Europe and not here, were somewhat similar parallels. They released this defendant without ever notifying the victims, and the victims had no say-so, and we just saw that recently happen in Virginia in the Vincent Martin case. So I would say that given the fact that we have a history, and there's a host of others, of compassionate release where somebody is deemed terminal, but then absolutely isn't terminal, I don't think there's the mechanism in place to bring these people back in. I would urge the body to vote no.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
Delegate Herring, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just remind the body that this is already law in Virginia. Right now, the current law stands is that if an individual has only 3 months to live, and I believe the certification is by 2 physicians, then that's the current law right now. Senator Bell's bill just seeks to expand that to 12 months, and that's the bill. So I ask passage.
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Davis.
Nay.
Delegate Davis votes nay. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Herring.
Aye.
Delegate Herring votes aye. Delegate Murphy. Has voted. Delegate Runyon.
One quick.
Delegate Runyon. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye. Delegate Tyler.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 55, nays 41, abstentions 0.
Ayes 55, nays 41, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Page 4, Senate Bill 5024, a bill to amend and reenact Section 2.2520 of the Code of Virginia and to amend the Code of Virginia by adding a section numbered 2.2511.1 relating to law enforcement misconduct, reported from courts of justice and reported from appropriations.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill will enable the Attorney General of Virginia to conduct pattern or practice investigations of law enforcement agencies to identify and put a stop to unconstitutional practices such as patterns of excessive force, illegal searches, or biased policing. Whenever the AG has reasonable cause to believe that law enforcement agencies are engaging in and have established a pattern or practice of action that deprives a person of their rights, privileges, or immunities, this bill would authorize the AG to investigate, gather data, subpoena, and bring appropriate actions in court to ensure compliance with constitutional policing standards. There is a Senate amendment that would basically I'd like to agree to that the AG may include in part of a conciliation agreement a provision that the locality shall be ineligible for funding under 599 funds upon a finding by any court of the Commonwealth that the locality is failing to comply with the conciliation agreement. I'd like to move the passage of that amendment and passage of the bill, Madam Speaker.
I don't believe I have an amendment, Delegate Lopez. I don't believe we have any record of that.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yes, that was included in the final bill. I apologize.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to move the passage of the bill now. Madam-
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Davis.
Nay.
Delegate Davis votes nay. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Runyon. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 55, nays 42, abstentions 0.
Ayes 55, nays 42, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Page 5, Senate Bill 5030, a bill to amend and reenact Sections 9.1, 101, and other sections of the Code of Virginia, and to amend the code by adding in Title 2.2 a chapter numbered 55.4, consisting of a section numbered 2.2 5515, by adding sections numbered 9.1, 112.1, and 15.2 1721.1, and by adding in Title 19.2 a chapter numbered 7.1, consisting of sections numbered 19.2 83.3 through 19.2 83.7 relating to policing reform, reported from courts of justice with substitute, and reported from appropriations with substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
The delegate from Alexandria, Leader Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If that bill can go by temporarily, please.
All those in favor of SB 5030 going by temporarily shall say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? SB 5030 goes by temporarily.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill 5034, a bill to amend and reenact Sections 53.1, 40.01, and 53.1, 202.3 of the Code of Virginia relating to release of prisoners, reported from courts of justice with substitute, and reported from appropriations.
The delegate from Portsmouth, Delegate Scott.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, this bill, SB 5034, puts the posture of this bill in the same posture as my bill that passed 5441, and I would move the passage of the bill.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The committee substitute is agreed to. Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Cole, J.G.
Delegate Cole votes aye.
Delegate Cole votes aye. Delegate Davis. Delegate Delaney. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Hayes has voted. Delegate Head.
Delegate Head votes nay.
Delegate Head votes nay. Delegate Runyon. Delegate
Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Sickles. Delegate Simon.
Do you want to pull the card
Delegate
yourself?
Torian.
Isn't just a couple.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 54, nays 42, abstentions 0.
Ayes 54, nays 42, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Page 6, Senate Bill 5038, a bill to amend and reenact Section 9.1 of the Code of Virginia, and to amend the code by adding in Chapter 1 of Title 9.1 an article numbered 16 consisting of a section numbered 9.1-193 and by adding a section numbered 37.2-311.1 relating to response to mental health crises, establishment of the Mental Health Awareness Response and Community Understanding Services, MARCUS, alert system, reported from Public Safety with a substitute, and reported from Appropriations.
I believe the
Madam Speaker.
I believe the screen needs to be changed with the correct bill. House will be at ease. Right, we're up. The House will come to order. Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, we're on Senate Bill 5038 on page 6.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Bourne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 5038 is or was the Senate version of my House Bill 5043, which creates a Marcus alert system. The amendment, the substitute, simply conforms the Senate version to the House version that left this House probably a week or so ago. I'd move the adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
The committee substitute is agreed to. Delegate Bourne.
Madam Speaker, I'd move we pass the substitute for Senate Bill 5038.
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Cole J.G.
Delegate Cole votes aye.
Delegate Cole votes aye. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate votes nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Heretic. Delegate Runyon. Delegate
Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 57, nays 40, abstentions 0.
Ayes 57, nays 40, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Page 6, Senate Bill 5043, a bill to amend and reenact sections 19.2, 392.1, and other sections of the Code of Virginia, and to amend the code by adding in Article 1 of Chapter 2 of Title 17.1, a section numbered 17.1, 205.1, relating to expungement of police and court records, expungement fee fund created, reported from Courts of Justice with substitute, and reported from appropriations.
The delegate from Alexandria, Leader Herring. Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The conforming substitute makes Senate Bill 5043 identical to my House Bill 5146, which passed the House 59 to 37, and I ask that the House adopt the substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
The committee substitute is agreed to. Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we pass the bill.
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Cole J.G.
Delegate Cole votes aye.
Delegate Cole votes aye. Delegate Edmonds. Delegate Runyon.
Votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 58, nays 39, abstentions 0.
Ayes 58, nays 39, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Returning to page 5 of the calendar, which was passed, Senate Bill 5030 was passed by temporarily, and the title has been read.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we can pass this by temporarily again.
Do you want to pass it by to the end of the?
Into the end of the calendar, if we could.
House, let's see, after House bills of Senate amendments?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor of Delegate Herring's motion to pass by SB 5030 until at the end of the House bills with Senate amendments shall say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
The motion is agreed to. Madam Clerk.
House bills with Senate amendments. Page 7 of the calendar. House Bill 5041, a bill to amend and reenact sections 32.1, 127, and 32.1, 162.5 of the Code of Virginia relating to State Board of Health, public health emergency, patient visitation, notice to family, emergency clause. And there are Senate amendments.
The delegate from Botetourt, Delegate Head.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the Senate amendments simply put House Bill 5041 in the identical posture that Senate Bill 5042 was in when we passed it out unanimously last Friday. This keeps them both on the exact same track, and consequently, I would ask that we accept the Senate amendments.
Shall the Senate amendments be adopted?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the electronic voting board. Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby. Delegate Batten.
Delegate Batten votes aye.
Delegate Batten votes aye. Delegate Carr has voted. Delegate Edmonds.
Aye.
Delegate Edmonds votes aye. Delegate Rasool. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes aye.
Delegate Runyon votes aye. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
The clerk will please.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Torian.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 97, nays 0, abstentions 0.
Ayes 97, nays 0, abstentions 0. The Senate amendment is adopted.
House Bill 5046, a bill to amend and reenact sections 32.1, 325, and other sections of the Code of Virginia relating to telemedicine services.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the House, HB 5046 is my telemedicine bill that passed out of the House unanimously. The Senate amendments are technical in nature to address a small publisher's error in the publication of the Code of Virginia. A list of cross-references that appear twice in the code was missing a particular cross-reference, and this amendment inserts the missing cross-reference to the list in addition to dropping a comma that was in the text. I would move that we accept the Senate amendments.
Shall the Senate amendment be adopted?
Madam Speaker?
Oh, yes, the delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Bell.
I'd like to speak. I guess I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Delegate Bell, you have the floor.
Madam Speaker, am I correct that if you vote yes to accept the Senate amendments, that's also yes on final passage? In other words, that the bill would then go off to the governor's office with us having accepted the Senate amendment?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Shall the Senate amendment be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Edmonds. Delegate Edmonds votes aye. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes aye.
Delegate Runyon votes aye. Delegate Rush. Delegate Simon has voted. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 98, nays 0, abstentions 0.
Ayes 98, nays 0, abstentions 0. The Senate amendment is adopted.
Page 8 of the calendar, House Bill 5048, a bill to amend the Code of Virginia by adding a section numbered 32.137.01 relating to outbreaks of communicable disease of public health threat, posting of information, with an emergency clause.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the House. As the clerk said, this is the disclosure bill of outbreaks, disease outbreaks in facilities, and the other body didn't like our three-word amendment to clarify the role of hospitals in this process. And since we're such nice people and easy to work with, and as a matter of comedy, I would ask the House to accept the Senate amendment.
Shall the Senate amendment be adopted?
Comedy is hard.
No conference committee.
Gotta like that.
Madam Clerk.
Delegate Adams, LR. Delegate Bagby.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Delegate Adams votes aye. Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes aye.
Delegate Edmonds votes aye. Delegate Lindsay has voted. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes aye.
Delegate Runyon votes aye. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 98, nays 0, abstentions 0.
Ayes 98, nays 0, abstentions 0. The Senate amendment is adopted.
Page 8, House Bill 5093, a bill to amend and reenact Section 44-146.17 of the Code of Virginia relating to emergency services and disaster law, powers and duties of the governor, executive orders, penalty.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we accept the Senate amendment. This bill puts the bill in the same posture as the Senate Bill 5117, where there has been added to it a sunset so that these powers that may be used by the governor to enforce an emergency order would expire June 30th, 2023, and having this additional option of a civil penalty would no longer be available to the governor. Again, I move the Senate amendments.
Shall the Senate amendment be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Austin. Delegate has voted. Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Cole, JG. Delegate Edmonds.
Aye.
Delegate Edmonds. Delegate Edmonds votes aye. Delegate Runyon. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 59, nays 37, abstentions 0.
Ayes 59, nays 37, abstentions 0. The Senate amendment is adopted.
Page 9, House Bill 5106, a bill to amend and reenact Section 55.1, 1245 of the Code of Virginia relating to landlorded tenant, noncompliance with rental agreement, prohibition on using negative credit information arising from the COVID-19 pandemic against tenants or applicants for tenancy, penalty, emergency clause.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, Delegate Cole has lost his connection temporarily, so he asked me to handle this bill for him. The Senate amendments are very close to coming to an agreement between all the interested parties and advocates on this issue, but they got one of the words wrong and they added a word not where it shouldn't have been. And so he's asked that we please reject the Senate amendments so the bill can go to conference. We can make a couple of last minute changes and get a good bill out. So please, on the question of shall the amendments be agreed to, please vote no.
Shall the Senate amendment be adopted?
No.
Oh. Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby.
Delegate Bagby votes no.
Delegate Bagby votes nay. Delegate Cole, JG. Delegate Edmonds.
No.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Guzman has voted. Delegate Heretic.
Delegate Heretic votes no.
Delegate Heretic votes nay. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes no.
Delegate Torian votes nay. Delegate Webert.
Delegate Webert votes no.
Delegate Webert votes nay.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 0, nays 97, abstentions 0.
Ayes 0, nays 97, abstentions 0. The Senate amendment is not adopted. The House will be at ease. The House will please come to order. Madam Clerk.
Returning to page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill 5030. The title has been read.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Madam Speaker, I'd move that we take up 5030 and move it by temporarily until after the supplemental calendar.
All those in favor of Delegate Herring's motion that SB 5030 go by temporarily until after the supplemental shall say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? SB 5030 goes by until after the supplemental. Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, going to page 10 of the calendar, memorial resolutions. The resolutions listed on page 10 will be taken up in block with the exception of House Resolution 617, which was passed this morning.
Does any member desire to remove an additional resolution from the block? All those in favor of adopting in block the memorial resolutions laid on the Speaker's table, listed on page 10 of the calendar with the exception of H.R. 617, shall please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Going to also on page 10 of the calendar, commending resolutions. The resolutions to be adopted in block are listed on page 10 of the calendar.
Does any member desire to remove a resolution from the block? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting the commending resolutions laid on the Speaker's table found on page 10 will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed, the resolutions are agreed to.
Madam Speaker, we are now going to the supplemental calendar, which everyone should have available to them online or on iHod. House supplemental calendar for October 2nd. Page 1, House bills with Senate amendments. House Bill 5043, a bill to amend and reenact Section 9.1-102 of the Code of Virginia and to amend the code by adding in Chapter 3 of Title 37.2 an amendment numbered 5, consisting of sections numbered 37.2, 320 through 37.2, 323, relating to community care teams and mental health awareness response and community understanding services, Marcus Alert System. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Bourne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm going to ask that we reject the Senate substitute. They've conformed the House version, which I think is far superior, but I do think that there are a few differences that will prevent us from getting this worked out in conference. So again, I'd ask that we reject the Senate substitute.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted?
No.
Madam Clerk.
Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Delaney has voted. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes no.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes no.
Delegate Torian votes nay. Delegate Wampler. Delegate Willett.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 0, nays 95, abstentions 0.
Ayes 0, nays 95, abstention 0. The Senate substitute is not adopted.
House Bill 5047, a bill to amend and reenact sections 59.1526 and 59.1527 of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Post-Disaster Anti-Price Gouging Act. Manufacturers and distributors.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate, HB 5047 is a bill to prevent price gouging, and it included those who do not advertise. The Senate amendment removes agriculture from the bill. I ask that we accept the Senate amendment and pass the bill.
You have to.
Shall the Senate
Pretty
amendment be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Cole, JG. Delegate Edmonds. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye. Delegate Willett.
Delegate Edmonds, I'm sorry.
Delegate Edmonds.
Nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Willett.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 53, nays 43, abstentions 0.
Ayes 53, nays 43, abstentions 0. Senate amendment is adopted.
Page 2 of the calendar, House Bill 5050, a bill to amend and reenact sections 2.2, 4343, and 44-146.17 of the Code of Virginia relating to emergency services and disaster law, powers and duties of governor, purchase of personal protective equipment during a disaster caused by a communicable disease of public health threat. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Helmer.
Madam Speaker, speaking to the bill.
Delegate Helmer, you have the floor.
Madam Speaker, this is my bill that allows purchase of PPE by the Commonwealth and reimbursement by the reimbursement by the private sector to help ensure access to PPE and drive down costs for businesses while keeping workers safe. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on the Senate amendment. That would put the bill in exactly the same posture as Senator Marsden's SB 5039, which passed this House 6532 and has now passed the amendment Senate with House amendments 38-0. It'll allow us to avoid going to Congress. Madam Speaker, I hope that we say no to the Senate amendments.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Brewer. Delegate Campbell, JL. Delegate Cole, JG. Delegate Edmonds.
Nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes nay.
Delegate Torian votes nay. Delegate Wampler. Delegate Willett.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 0, nays 94, abstentions 0.
Ayes 0, nays 94, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is rejected.
House Bill 5055, a bill to amend and reenact sections 9.1507 and 15.2-1507 of the Code of Virginia and to amend the code by adding in Chapter 6 of Title 9.1 a section numbered 9.1601 relating to law enforcement civilian oversight body. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate substitute It is a permissive bill instead of a requirement that localities have a civilian review board set up, as well as it excludes sheriffs, which comprise over 60% of our law enforcement in the Commonwealth. So I would ask that the body reject the Senate substitute so that we can go into conference.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Campbell, J.L. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds.
Nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Ferris has voted. Delegate Herring.
No.
Delegate Herring votes nay. Delegate Runyon. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes nay.
Delegate Torian votes nay. Delegate Wampler. Delegate Willett.
Aye.
Delegate Willett votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 1, nays 92, abstentions 0.
Ayes 1, nays 92, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is rejected.
House Bill 5058, a bill to amend and reenact sections 15.219 and several other sections of the Code of Virginia relating to issuing citations, possession of marijuana, and certain traffic offenses. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the body. I'm going to ask the body to accept the Senate substitute. This is the bill that makes certain traffic offenses secondary offenses, and by accepting the Senate substitute, this will make it identical to the bill, Senator Lucas's bill, Senate Bill 5029, that passed this House last week. So I move adoption of the Senate amendment.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Campbell, J.L. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds.
Nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Guy. Delegate Runyon. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye. Delegate Willett.
Aye.
Delegate Willett votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 53, nays 41, abstentions 0.
Ayes 53, nays 41, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is adopted.
Page 3, House Bill 5062, a bill to amend and reenact Section 19.2, 265.6 of the Code of Virginia relating to dismissal of criminal charges on Commonwealth's motion. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, speaking to the Senate substitute.
Delegate Mullen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Senate substitute clarifies at the request of the Office of Executive Secretary that a deferral and dismissal under this code section would be treated as the same as other deferrals and dismissals for the purposes of payment of court costs. I hope it would be the pleasure of the body that we accept the Senate substitute.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Aird. Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Campbell, J.L. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds. Delegate Ferris. Delegate Herring.
Aye.
Delegate Runyon. Delegate Rush. Delegate Sickles. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye. Delegate Willett.
Aye.
Delegate Willett votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 54, nays 39, abstentions 0.
Ayes 54, nays 39, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is adopted.
Page 3 of the calendar, House Bill 5064, a bill to amend and reenact Section 55.1, 1245 of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, landlord remedies, noncompliance with rental agreement, payment plan. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House Bill 5064 creates payment plans prior to eviction proceedings for tenants, and there are a few things that we need to iron out, and I would ask that you reject the Senate amendment so that we can finalize this in conference.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted?
No.
Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Campbell, J.L. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds.
Nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Guzman has voted. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes nay.
Delegate Torian votes nay.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 0, nays 95, abstentions 0.
Ayes 0, nays 95, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is rejected.
House Bill 5068, a bill to amend and reenact Section 8.01, 512.4 of the Code of Virginia and to amend the code by adding in Chapter 3 of Title 34, a section numbered 3428.3 relating to state of emergency, emergency relief payments exempt, emergency clause. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Ayala.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. This is the garnishment bill that passed the Senate with a substitute added to it just some technical amendments. I would ask the body to accept the Senate substitute.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Campbell, J.L. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds. Delegate Hayes. Delegate Lopez.
Aye.
Delegate Lopez votes aye. Delegate Runyon. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 66, nays 27, abstentions 0.
Ayes 66, nays 27, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is adopted. The House will be at ease. HB 5068, Senate substitute, is rejected. Madam Clerk.
Page 3 of the calendar, House Bill 5072, a bill to amend and reenact Section 2.2520 of the Code of Virginia and to amend the code by adding a section number 2.2511.1 relating to law enforcement misconduct.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Pardon, Madam Speaker. This bill is similar to SB 5024, which we passed a few minutes ago from Senator Lucas on the Senate side. I'd like to move the Senate amendment.
Shall the Senate amendment be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Ayala.
I can't.
Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Campbell, J.L. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Corey. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 53, nays 41, abstentions 0.
Ayes 53, nays 41, abstentions 0. The Senate amendment is adopted.
Page 4, House Bill 5115, A bill to provide civil relief to citizens furloughed or otherwise receiving reduced wages or payments due to the state of emergency declared by the governor in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. There is a Senate amendment.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, Madam Speaker and members, House Bill 5115 is the clarifying language of last session's House Bill 340 with provisions to help prevent evictions and foreclosures for those financially impacted by COVID-19. The Senate made a crucial amendment that changes it from any loss of income to a loss of income, and I would move that the House do accept the Senate amendment.
Shall the Senate amendment be adopted?
Crucial.
Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Campbell, J.L. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Hudson. Delegate O'Quinn.
Nay.
Delegate O'Quinn votes nay. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
Delegate Torian votes aye.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 53, nays 41, abstentions 0.
Ayes 53, nays 41, abstentions 0. The Senate amendment is adopted.
House Bill 5146, a bill to amend and reenact sections 9.1, 101, and other sections of the Code of Virginia, and to amend the code by adding in Title 19.2 a chapter numbered 23.2 consisting of sections numbered 19.2, 392.5 through 19.2, 392.14, relating to automatic expungement of criminal records. There's a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate substitute conforms my bill to Senator Deed's bill. I'm going to ask that we reject it. The bill is far more restrictive than my bill, and hopefully we'll work something better out in conference. So if you could reject the Senate substitute.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Ayala. Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds.
Nay.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Herring.
Oh, no.
Delegate Herring votes nay. Delegate Hudson. Delegate O'Quinn.
Nay.
Delegate O'Quinn votes nay. Delegate Runyon.
Nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torian votes nay.
Delegate Torian votes nay.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 0, nays 95, abstentions 0.
Ayes 0, nays 95, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is rejected.
House Bill 5148, a bill to amend and reenact Section 53.1, 202.3 of the Code of Virginia relating to Department of Corrections, earned sentence credits. There is a Senate substitute.
The delegate from Portsmouth, Delegate Scott.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that we reject the Senate substitute so we can go into conference.
Shall the Senate
Vote
substitute?
no.
I'm sorry, Delegate Scott.
That was it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Shall the Senate substitute be adopted? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Aird. Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Cole, J.G. Delegate Edmonds. Delegate Hudson. Delegate Runyon.
Nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush. Delegate Torian.
Delegate Torrance votes nay.
Delegate Torian votes nay. Delegate Wright.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 0, nays 93, abstentions 0.
Ayes 0, nays 93, abstentions 0. The Senate substitute is rejected. The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we stand in recess until 4 o'clock.
All those in favor of Leader Herring's motion to stand in recess until 4 o'clock shall say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, the House stands in
No.
recess.
No.
House stands in recess until 4 o'clock. The House will be at ease. The House will come to order. Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, we've completed the supplemental calendar, and we are returning now to the regular calendar, to page 5 of the regular calendar, Senate Bill 5030 that went by temporarily. Senate Bill 5030 is relating to policing reform. There is a Courts of Justice substitute. It was also reported from Appropriations with substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
The delegate from Alexandria, Leader Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that I'm going to withdraw the floor substitute.
Delegate Herring moves that we withdraw the floor substitute. All those in favor shall say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, floor substitute is withdrawn. Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I move the Courts of Justice Committee substitute, and I ask that the members vote no.
Delegate Herring moves the Courts of Justice substitute. All those shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
The substitute is not agreed to.
Thank you,
Delegate Herring.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I move the Appropriations Committee substitute, and I ask the members vote yes to adopt the Appropriations substitute.
Shall the appropriation substitute be agreed to? All those in favor shall say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? The committee substitute is agreed to. Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, so this omnibus bill, SB 5030, is composed of bills that we have voted on before, as well as some additional elements which I'll go through. First, this bill is composed of House Bill 5029, with Quinn's law enforcement officer failure to intervene in unlawful use of force penalties. House Bill 5045, this is Delegate Delaney's carnal knowledge bill. House Bill 5049, this is Delegate Helmer's bill dealing with the acquisition and use of military property by law enforcement agencies. It comprises House Bill 5051, Delegate Simon's decertification of law enforcement officer. It also includes House Bill 5069, Delegate Carol Foy's law enforcement officers prohibition of the use of the neck restraints and penalty. It includes House Bill 5099, Delegate Aird search warrants, prohibition on no-knock search warrants. Includes House Bill 5104, Delegate Price's minimum qualifications for law enforcement officer disclosure of information. It includes House Bill 5108, Delegate Guzman's Criminal Justice Service Board, Committee on Training and Membership and Responsibilities. House Bill 5109, Delegate Host's Department of Criminal Justice Services Law Enforcement Officer Training and Qualifications, and Delegate Levine's House Bill 5112 regarding law enforcement officer duty to render aid and report wrongdoing. So that was the first portion. Now what happened is that the omnibus bill also includes additional provisions that there was no standalone House bill. First, the bill expands upon Delegate Torian's bill that passed this past session, the general session in 2020. It expands the requirement that law enforcement data collection for motor vehicle stops include investigatory motor vehicle stops, all stop and frisk based on reasonable suspicion, and all investigatory detentions that do not result in arrest or summons. Those provisions requiring data collection and eliminating funding would become effective on July 1, 2021. The sections of members who wanted to look at the bill is 15.2-1609.10, and you'll find the language also in 15.2, 1722.1, 52-30.2, 52-30.3, and 52-30.4. And they're in the sections of sort of the 1,000 sections of the bill, line 1,050, 1,030, 1,060, in that area of the bill. The next addition provides Commonwealth attorneys access to records. The bill requires that every chief police officer defined in the bill provide an attorney for the Commonwealth access to all records relating to wrongful arrest or use of force complaints or other complaints that a person has been deprived of the rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the laws of the United States and the Commonwealth made against a law enforcement officer that is employed by the chief police officer's agency when the law enforcement officer has a matter before the court. The section affected is 19.2-201. You'll find it around line 998. The next section is the use of deadly force, and it deals with that. The bill provides that a law enforcement officer shall not use deadly force against a person unless the law enforcement officer reasonably believes that deadly force is immediately necessary to protect the law enforcement officer or another person other than the subject of the use of deadly force from the threat of serious bodily injury or death. B, the law enforcement officer has provided a warning before using such deadly force. C, the law enforcement officer's actions are reasonable given the totality of the circumstances. And D, all other options have been exhausted or do not reasonably lend themselves to the circumstances. That does create, Madam Speaker, a chapter entitled 19.2, number 7.1. And members can find that around, I believe it's line 934 of the bill. The next provision is discharging a weapon. The bill bans law enforcement officers from willfully discharging a firearm into a moving vehicle. Line 949 of the bill. And that is the omnibus bill, Madam Speaker, and I move its passage.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Bell.
would the chairman of the Courts of Justice Committee yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
I yield.
The delegate yields. Delegate Bell, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, so there are a number of House bills that are incorporated within it. There's language floating all around the Capitol on these bills. Is the language that is in the bill that we're about to vote on the language that this House already voted on? In other words, did you incorporate the House versions into this, or is this one of the more, I think the floor substitute that you've since withdrawn had some other sort of complicated?
Exactly. So this is exactly the language that was passed by the House. So we've already taken votes on these bills. It is not the language that's in the substitute that was a negotiated bill is not, that language is not included in this omnibus that we're voting on that's before us.
Delegate Bell.
Madam Speaker, would the chairwoman yield for another question?
Will the delegate yield?
I yield.
The delegate yields.
Okay, so-
Delegate Bell.
So we've had, all of us have had various discussions on various versions. If someone was generally trying to keep their votes consistent, those who voted in favor of these House bills as they went through, those are the measures that are contained in the omnibus from the Senate. And if they voted against it, those would be measures that would also be in the Senate bill. Is that fair? This version of the substitute contains primarily the same bills as you said that people have voted for or against over the last couple of weeks.
Madam Speaker, I would respond yes, and I would respond yes, absolutely. But please also keep in mind it has additional provisions in the bill.
I thank the gentlelady. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall the bill pass? Madam Clerk.
Delegate Bagby. Delegate
Bagby votes aye.
Delegate Bagby votes aye. Delegate Batten.
Yeah.
Delegate Batten votes aye. Delegate Bloxham. Delegate Carr. Delegate Cole, JG. Delegate Coiner. Delegate Davis.
No.
Delegate Davis votes nay. Delegate Edmonds.
Delegate Edmonds votes no.
Delegate Edmonds votes nay. Delegate Ferris. Delegate Jenkins. Delegate Marshall. Delegate O'Quinn.
Delegate O'Quinn votes nay.
Delegate O'Quinn votes nay. Delegate Runyon.
Delegate Runyon votes nay.
Delegate Runyon votes nay. Delegate Rush.
Madam Clerk, I believe that Delegate Batten, that might not have been Delegate Batten speaking. If you could call Delegate Batten.
Delegate Batten, how do you vote? Delegate Batten has voted.
The clerk will please close the roll.
Ayes 54, nays 39, abstentions 0.
Ayes 54, nays 39, abstentions 0. The bill passes.
Madam Speaker, I believe that completes the calendar.
Per House Rule 51, the House has returned to morning hour. Does the clerk have any additional announcements or communications?
Madam Speaker, I have no additional announcements.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the House recess pursuant to the provisions of House Resolution 517.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the House recess pursuant to the provisions of H.R. 517. As many as favor that motion will say aye.
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 Those opposed, the motion is agreed to. The House stands in recess pursuant to the provisions of H.R. 517.